Hey, Big Mike. You have to bear with me a little bit. We just got on the water. Hey, Big Mike. You have to bear with me a little bit. We just got on the water. Mad Catter. I'll say hi to everybody here in a minute. Let me get out here a little bit. First time we've had the kayak out this year. Got to kind of readjust everything. All right, what do we got? I can't see that chat at all. Mad Catter, Fishing with Big Mike, Reef Robber, Kelly, American Wanderer. That's a new one. Thanks for joining us. Gotta catch them all. I like that name. I like that name a lot. Let's get out here. You guys are going to have to bear with me a little bit. I'm going to be pretty busy trying to get baited up, fight this wind. We do have a little bit of wind. Doesn't take much wind to mess with a kayak. I got to get out here, get baited up. We're going to suspend 2 rods and we're going to drag one. I don't know if anybody else is live right now. I'm pretty much ahead of schedule. I didn't expect to be live until 3 o'clock. But you guys have seen me at this lake before, right over there from the beach when it was all iced over. Pretty close to home. I didn't want to go too far. I wanted to make sure I went someplace that had a signal. Wanted to see how this setup was going to work. I'm putting a lot of trust in that mount I've got up front holding my phone. If it starts to fall, there's no way I could get up there fast enough to save it. But it's pretty sturdy. I haven't seen a single fish on this graph yet. We're going to get out here and probably just let the wind drift us. Mike Cole. See, we just went over a big hump. Went from about 15 feet up to 25. Now it's coming back down. I'm sorry, it went from 25 to 15. Now it's coming back down to 25. There's no fish on it at all. You'd think they'd be on that hump. Here comes that wind. Hopefully that's not too bad on you guys. I'm always ready, Kelly. I hope that wind's not too bad, you guys. but there's nothing I can do about it. Well, we might as well stop here. Start getting some baits in the water. At least we got a lot of room, so when the wind starts pushing us, we got time to control it, get out of any kind of, if we start to get into some shallower water or something. But this whole thing out here to my left and behind me, it's pretty much a big flat. I mean, there's a little bit of variation in it, you know, 15 to 20 feet. Sometimes you hit little small holes that get, you know, 25. I think there's one in here, it's almost 30 feet. But for the most part, it's a big flat. Up here where you guys can't see, it gets really narrow, gets really super shallow, like 6 inches deep for just about 20, 30, 40 feet. And then it opens up into another big lake. I mean, it's all the same lake, but it's almost separate. But do I have a windsock? No, I don't have a windsock. I don't have anything. It's just straight up my phone. Eventually I'll get an external mic, but it hasn't been that big on my list yet. So I'm gonna have to put you guys down here so I can get baited up. We're gonna suspend one this side, we're gonna suspend one this side, and then I'm gonna drag one. So that's the plan anyway. So bear with me, keep yourselves occupied. It's gonna take me a little bit. I don't mess around. Let's see. I'm going to suspend some Jello chicken. I believe that's what I'm going to do. About 26 feet deep right here. See if we got a piece in here. It's not too giant. Like that right there. Still a tad bit on the frozen side. All right, let's get that dropped down there. Oh shit, my reel's broke. That might be fun. That pin that goes in your level wind, that pin's come out. All right, that's on bottom. Actually, we drifted so much. Yeah, that's going to be a problem. That could be interesting when we get a fish on this rod. That one's out. That was strawberry chicken. That's a little disappointing that that reel's broke. Let's see. This is garlic. Stick that one right there. We got to deal with this one again because I think we had a little bit too much line out on that one. Then this one, we're going to throw this one out and drag it a little bit. I've never tried dragging. There's no time like the present, right? So, let's cut off. That's still frozen. See if we got a small little piece of this. Yeah, there we go. That's a small little piece of bonita. We got some skipjack, but it's still pretty frozen, so we're going to have to let it thaw a little bit. Then we're going to toss this thing out and let it drag. Brand new reel. We're going to let that wind push us. The wind's going to push us back this way. We're just going to let that thing drag. I can see my baits that we got suspended. That's good. we're just going to stick that back there. Like that. And you guys got to watch that pole. Alright, where are we at? Let me scroll back here and catch up. Alright, we got a lot of people in here. Got to catch them all, man. I love that name. Reef Robber, Ace Fishing, Ace Catfishing, Mike Cole, Kelly, SF Outdoors, Ben Rich, Big Cat, Mike Cole, I think I said you already. Ace Catfishing, said the Hiking Guy, THG. What the Sam hell is going on here? Well, we're fishing, man. Chunky Cats, welcome Chunky. Let's see, Mo Creek. 2 stands. So I don't know how many of you saw when I was baiting this pole. This reel's broken. So that's going to be very interesting if we catch something on that. That guide for the line guide, the guide itself is moving when I reel. Catfish Heroes. Trey Louder. Yeah, I do have one TWC, or this one back here is a TWC rod. Well, that's going to be a problem. Let me turn around here a little bit. Hey, I see some life down there now. Yeah, this is a TWC rod. The other 2 are ugly sticks. Yeah, we got these kayaks last year, these pedal kayaks. I'm just going to try to move along at ½ mile an hour or less. That's all I want to do. I don't want to move around very quick. You can use your thumb to level line, bud. Well, I may have to try that if it doesn't get in my way. Shut up, THG. Takes time, man. So this lake I'm on, it is not my favorite place to be, but it's close to home. There are channel cats. There's probably flatheads. I know there's flatheads in here, but I wanted to get out here and try this setup, make sure it was going to work. Hey Dan. And I know I'm probably way behind on stuff because I'm using the tablet, but you're just gonna have to deal with that, because there ain't no way I can see chat from here. I wish you guys could see the rod tips better, but it's just the way it is, I guess, in a kayak. I can barely even see this chat on here. I got to watch my depth in case I have to adjust my rods. Try to keep up with chat. Is that down at Hillenbrand? Trey, if you're talking to me, I don't know what Hillenbrand is. That wind is always pushing me where I don't want to go. Trey, I am on what they call Driftwood or Sandpiper Pit, just outside of Edinburgh, Indiana. Dan, this hand right here controls the rudder. Rudder's right down here. I don't know if you can see my hand or not. Can't because my leg's in the way. Well, the wind has changed directions. Now it's wanting to blow me the other way. I look top heavy. Well, I promise you, this kayak ain't going anywhere. I can lean. I would fall out of this kayak before it would flip. Oh, yeah, we had a camping trip last weekend. THG and Hoot on the Trail, Brian West 58, Trail Medic, Carlson Adventures. Did I miss any THG? Anyway, there's a whole bunch of us from YouTube. Did a camping trip. And it rained Friday night, because when you camp with THG, it always rains. But it rained Friday night. It was really nice Saturday, and it rained all night Saturday night. So Sunday we woke up, it was pouring down rain. And to get back to this campground, it was a 3-mile dead-end road. You had to cross the creek 3 different times in your vehicle. And Telly and I were the first ones to get up and start packing up and get out of there, because we were getting ready to be swamped in our tent. All the rain was, I mean, it was just a foot or less away from the tent, 3 inches deep. So we got packed up in the pouring down rain, threw everything in the truck, started heading out, got to the last creek crossing, and it was all the way, I've got a Ford F-150, and it was all the way up to the hood of my truck. It was gnarly. I know that Hoot on the Trail, he's got a little teaser out right now if you guys want to check that out, but he videoed, THG videoed. I'm sure they'll both put out a video, but yeah, it was something. We probably should not have crossed that creek. I will probably never cross it when it's that deep and that swift again, ever. Telly didn't like it. So that's how our weekend went. Moe Creek, I don't think anybody had any damage at all. Everybody made it out okay. One Ton Fishing Club. I've been dying to get this kayak out. You don't know how much I've wanted to get this kayak out. I've just not seen any fish anywhere on this graph. Art, when we get out there at the end of the month, you can try this kayak out. There's Lee. You guys watching that pole behind me? It's your job. I need to get over here towards the bank a little bit. If I cut through this wind. So just so you guys can get a feel for this, I've got I'm guessing probably a 5 or 6 mile an hour wind in my face. And even pedaling this, just at this speed right here, I'm going too fast. I'm over half a mile an hour. And you know, if you get going too fast and your baits, the baits we got suspended lift up in the water column, they're not down there where we want them. So I got to be careful. I mean, I want to get over there, but I want to keep my baits down there where the fish should be too. No, I mean miles an hour, THG. That's what my graph is set on, miles per hour. Man, I'd have to get a camera boom that goes out about another 6 or 8 feet in front of the kayak and up higher for you guys to be able to see these rod tips. That ain't gonna happen. So seeing a lot of new names in here. All you guys that are new, if you see anybody in here you don't know, make sure you go check out their channels. But before you do that, make sure you subscribe to mine. Give us a thumbs up. Everybody in here is good people. So don't be afraid to go check out their channels. Give them a like, a subscribe, and a comment. Dan's Creations, you're not new. We got 21 people watching. Yeah, you're not new either, Kelly. Appreciate that. Got to catch them all. Sure do like that name. I never did ask if you guys could hear me all right. Hope you can. Loud and clear. All right, good deal. All I'm doing right now, I'm trying to work my way over here to the bank slowly. Still haven't seen much for life on the sonar, except for that one spot. Living like Larry. I don't have this kayak rigged up with a anchor trolley or anything yet. I'm still debating on whether I want to get, put the anchor trolley on or get that anchor wizard. I don't know what I want to do with it yet. I really don't anchor that much. I like to move around and drift fish when I'm in the kayak, but I know there's going to be times where I need to anchor, so I'm going to have to put something on. I'll probably end up going with the anchor trolley. I don't know, but I kind of like the idea of the anchored wizard. It's easier. I don't know what I'll do. I mean, I'm fishing for catfish, but you never know. I've caught bass on catfish bait before. There are muskie in here, so that's always a possibility. But I am after catfish, THG. Lazy man's fishing. You don't have to cast and reel, cast and reel, cast and reel. You just drop your baits in there and find the fish, or let them find you. It's the way I like it. Yeah, I put anchor trolleys on my old kayaks. I mean, it's not a matter of how to do it, it's just if I want to or not. Matter of fact, I'd probably take them off of my old kayak and put them on this one. I don't know. I might get new ones. I don't know what I want to do. I don't know. That's how I am. Undecided. Actually, it's in the 60s right now. I can't believe how warm it is. I've got fleece lined pants on and everything because I thought it was going to be cold with the wind, but I'm actually starting to, I got a little bit of a sweat going. By the time I take this life jacket off, I mean, this life jacket makes you sweat. Kelly's leaving. I can't take any credit for the kayak fishing, catch them all. There's a lot of people out there on YouTube doing it. But if you haven't ever fished for catfish in a kayak, you're missing out. Because when they hit, even small ones, they hit really hard. You don't get a whole lot of, even the small little dinks, what everybody calls dinks, that usually when you're bank fishing just peck, 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 peck. I mean, you will get some of that, but most of the time, that hook's suspended right there off the ground, and when they hit it, they're hooked up, and they're gone. And even in the big kayak like this, even a small catfish, he's going to pull us around a little bit. Looks like you're trying to copy my crotch cam. Well, so blur that part out or something, THD. Put a piece of tape on your screen, because I can't help it. Mo Creek, I absolutely 100% agree. If you're talking about fishing in the kayak, this is the best way to fish, in my opinion. When they're biting, of course. You know, today it's 60 degrees, and this is the first time it's been above 40 since I can remember. We've got a lot of rain. Everything here is flooded. That's why one of the reasons I came to a lake, stayed close to home. Even this lake's flooded a little bit. It's not real bad, but it's up maybe 2 feet, 3 feet maybe. But water's a little muddier here than it normally is, which isn't a bad thing. I don't mind fishing in muddy water. Catfish will still find your bait. Mike Irvin. It's taking me a long time to get over to that bank, isn't it? When you're moving at 0.2 to 0.5 miles an hour, you don't go very fast. You don't get anywhere very quickly. But I do think I probably need to let some more line out on this pole. If I can find my button. call that good. As far as numbers of fish in one trip, I've caught more in the kayak in one day than anything else. Not by a bunch, but still caught more in the kayak. Can anyone recommend a good starter camera? Your phone. I mean, that's what I'm using right now is my phone. I forgot to check to see if I set that to 1080. Are you guys getting 1080 out there? Circle Hook Productions. Welcome. Every time I start getting just about where I want to be, that wind takes me. $1,500 budget. Well, hell. Hook him up, THG. Circle Hook Productions, no luck yet. I haven't been out here that long. We've been, well, I guess I don't know how long we've been streaming. But been out here long enough to discover I've got a broken reel. And I got some strawberry chicken on here. I got some garlic chicken on here. I got a piece of bonita back here we're dragging. I'm waiting for the skipjack to thaw out a little bit more, and then we're going to probably put skipjack on everything. Starting to shallow up just a little bit. I'm going to have to raise these two rods up. Don't know hooks, but if I was very nice, Riz, on your phone. Well, it's good. I'm glad it looks good. It should be at 1080. If you click on that little star thing at the bottom of the video, it should open up and should tell you what resolution it's coming in at. Should be able to switch it to 1080. THG may have some affiliate links. Get your stuff bought up there. For your camera gear. Gonna try Streamlabs next time. 1080 is free. I've never used StreamYard. I know a lot of people do. I just, for whatever reason, I landed on Streamlabs, and I mean, other than having a problem with the chat, like if I'm using my phone and I scroll up backwards on the chat will mess up on me. That's why I use the tablet now. But I've had no problems with Streamlabs. Other than that, seems like the video quality is pretty good on Streamlabs. It allows me to stream at 1080. So why change if I got to reel this up just a little bit, guys. We're getting ready to drag bottom. Let's see, Wolfpack Life. Hello, jumping in here during lunch. The scenery is not as gorgeous as yours. Water looks absolutely stunning. 6,000 on a laptop. Hell with all that unless blah blah blah. $500. Gonna have to try Streamlabs. I like StreamYard, but I go through 20 hours in a week. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's a limit on Streamlabs or not. If there is, I've never hit it, but I don't think there is for Streamlabs. Not for the free version. And I'm just going to keep using it unless they make me pay. And then it depends on how much the charge is too. So I just noticed, well, the sun's over here, so you guys should be all right. If that sun starts causing problems, let me know, guys. We're going to give this about another 20 or 30 minutes, and then we're going to skipjack on every pole. Streamlabs Unlimited for free. Okay, yeah. I thought it was. All right, Dan, we'll see you in a little bit. Flat Rock Flatheads. I haven't been out here that long, Flat Rock Flatheads. No bites or anything yet, though. I don't know if you guys can hear all the gunfire. This is Atterbury Joint Maneuver Center. It's a military installation just over here to the east, or the west, I'm sorry. So if you hear bombs or guns, that's what it is. All right, I think we finally got that wind working with us now. Seeing some life down there, but it's only about 8 feet deep. So it's probably a bunch of shad or bluegill or crappie or something. I ate before I left, THG. So I should be good. Yeah, Mo Creek, there's really not a lot of shallow places here. Everything pretty much drops straight off the side of the bank. I think this used to be an old quarry, if I'm not mistaken, at one point, because there's just not a whole lot of shallow stuff here. I'm right now where I'm at, I'm about 20 or 30, about 20 yards off the bank, which I need to be a little bit closer. But it just drops off quick. I'm getting ready to have to adjust these rods again. Yep, that one's dragging. We'll keep adjusting those as much as we need to. That's probably the worst part about suspend fishing, is you're always adjusting your depth. It's kind of why I think I may like dragging, because I don't have to worry about that one back there. I can just let it pull behind the boat and it'll adjust itself. It's kind of where it would be nice if I had an anchor rigged up on this already. I could anchor out here and throw up towards the bank or something. Try to get in some of that shallower water, but bugs are out. Gotta catch 'em all's new to YouTube. Well, I'm glad you found us. I don't know how you found us, but I'm glad you did. You keep watching these live streams and checking in on all these channels, you're really going to like all these people. Except for maybe THG. I think I got a new tree down up here in front of me. I don't remember that being here last fall when I was out here. We won't be able to drift over top of that. I have to go around it. We're going to get everything hung up. I've got the drifting stick on this one behind me, but Mo Creek, if you're putting links up, don't forget hoots. I think I saw two stands doing it earlier. Let's make sure we get hoots up there. Everybody can go check out that teaser he made from our camping trip. I'm gonna have to reel these in and go around this tree in front of me. I can see limbs sticking up, so I know there's a tree down up there. I'm not gonna drag over it. And Carlson, yeah, Carlson Adventures. Well, THG, you're a moderator. Put it up there. All right, let's get around this tree. One little limb coming out. I can see the tree up there. Get up here a little bit closer to the bank before we drop these back down. Oh, I'm starting to see a little life in here. Little bit shallower water, 15 feet. Let's get these dropped down, see what happens. Oh, I guess I can't talk to you if I don't know what you're saying. Where are we at? Brian West 58. I'm just typing fishing and search and somehow found you. Well, I'm glad you found us. Brian West 58, welcome. I take it you guys made it out of that campsite all right, Brian. Look at this, we're hung up. Got a snag. Oh, it came loose though. Yeah, it came loose. We're good for now. You see a whole bunch of crap up here. I do two stands. I want my link shared. He released a video showing the adventure. Brian did? Well, I didn't see it. Keep catching some snags on this one. So far it's came free every time, but That's right, Chuck. No snow. No ice. It's in the 60s here right now, low 60s. I think that back one might be snagged up because I'm not going anywhere. Yep, that back ride's hung up. I didn't think those drifting sticks were supposed to get hung up that much. It's on that tree we went around. Well, I'll just pull us over there. I guess I didn't go around it wide enough. Still got our bait. That was probably a mistake. Let's back up a little bit more. Drag it right over that tree again. Back on track. Let some more line out. And we're back. I'm gonna stay out here till dark, guys, so I hope you hang with me. Hilljack catfishing. We're trying, Hilljack. We're going to cut up some skipjack here in a little bit and put it on everything. Get rid of this chicken. Not that there's anything wrong with chicken. I've caught a lot of channel on chicken, but Man, I really like skipjack. And it's weird because we don't have skipjack here, but I do better with skipjack than I do bluegill or crappie. And I would say just as good as shad. And we do have shad here. But it seems like whenever I'm catching fish, when I have both, when I have skipjack and shad, I catch just as many on skipjack as I do the shad. Chuck, we are not too far from home, just outside of Edinburgh, Indiana, Atterbury. I've been here before. I fished over there off the bank when it was all covered with ice. What in the world happened here? This thing's all messed up. I'm gonna have to close out of this, guys, and I know you guys can still see me, but I can't see you now. I need to close that. Need to give it some juice. I can see you guys again now. Oh, let's see. Live chat. Skips are good and greasy. Trail Medic's number for Teach Assist. No, I don't want. I have Trail Medic's number. Reef robber, no luck yet. Getting ready to switch everything over to skipjack here in just a little bit, though. I haven't been seeing a lot of fish. If I get any closer to the bank, we're just going to stay hung up all the time. So I'm going to have to stay. I'm in about 16 feet of water right now. See a little bit of stuff down there. Looks like maybe some fish. Possibly a couple fish laying down there on bottom. But they must not want chicken. Water temp is 48.6. NKR. Need to adjust these baits a little bit, guys. Like I said, we're going to be doing that quite a bit. You'll have a lot more than me someday, trust me. We all will. We all start somewhere. We all started with 0. "59 degrees on Lake Marion, South Carolina." Yeah, we were below 20 degrees just a week ago. Matter of fact, this lake that I'm on right now was frozen 4 or 5 days ago. Yeah, we've had a lot of rain too. That's what helped melt all this, was the rain we had. Mr. Duggar? Reef Robber, I lose subscribers all the time too. I'll lose them and gain them and lose them and gain them. Well, we got to adjust those again. They're dragging. No fish yet. See a little bit more life over here though. Still think it's bait fish that I'm seeing. They're suspended, what, about 8 feet, 6 to 8 feet. We're in about 15 feet of water right now, and we're almost up on the bank. I'm going to keep following this bank all the way around. And we're going to switch over to skipjack. It ought to be getting pretty close to thawed out now. Out of the kayak today, looks like it may have warmed up a little. Chip Smith, that's a new name I haven't recognized. Welcome. Make sure you check everybody out. I got to watch you fish while I'm waiting on my new GoPro from UPS. The other one took a crap. Well, I'm sorry to hear that about your GoPro. I'm glad you're getting another one. Just getting started, but he is working on content. think that back rod's hung up again. There, it came free. Chip Smith, how are you? I believe I've seen you in live streams. That's the first time I've seen him, Stan. I'm glad he's here though. I hope he starts checking everybody else out too. Gives us all some subs and some views. And then we'll make sure we get him hooked up too. This lake's up a little bit more than I thought. I told you guys, those of you that were here when I first got out, I'm coming up on the area where it kind of splits it into two lakes, and it looks like I may not even have to pull my motor up to get through there now. Normally I have to pull my motor up to get through there, or my pedal drive I should say. I guess it's not a motor. A lot of bugs out here today, I know that. Tell he's a fishing widow. Yeah, well, she allows me to go. She probably likes it when I'm gone. Well, I think we're about to get hung up again. Looks like we're coming up over either that's a huge pile of bait fish or it's brush, and this pole's hung up, so it's brush. So this would be a good time, since we're pulling them in, switch them over to skipjack, I believe. Before I do that, I'm just curious. get out here a little bit and give me time to switch these over, because I got to cut that skipjack up. If I don't lose my pole. I hope you guys are keeping yourself occupied. So I'm going to be busy for a little bit. This is the pole that's broken. But we're still going to use it. Do that one last. We're going to drag that piece right there. Put the rest of these back in here. Get back over here where we want to be. All right, we're fishing again. I'm getting blinded. What we got going on in the chat? Becca's here. Adventure Outdoors. Kevin Silent Fishing. Looks like I missed a lot. Oh well. If you guys asked a question that I missed, ask it again, if I can see it. THG, I sent Adventure Outdoors that picture with you with them ridiculous goggles on. Just so you know. Let's see, it's only 3:20. Man, I got out here too early. I plan on staying till dark as long as the batteries hold up. DMV, welcome. We wanted to get the kayak out. We wanted to test our setup for live streams in the kayak, so I'm stayed close to home. We've got some good bait. We've got good weather. Now we just need fish. Seems like the live stream setup's working pretty good. I hope THG never man spreads again. Yeah, I would definitely miss something there, I guess. Where you going, Stan? You don't have to leave. That pedal is strategically placed. I guess maybe I'll need to raise that camera up a little bit. DMV, that's true. That makes it a lot easier with the chat. But right now I got the sun glaring off of it so bad I can't see it. Never done a YouTube live stream. Do you have to do something special? Well, if you have less than 1,000 subs and you want to do it mobile on your phone, you have to use an app. Most people use StreamYard or Streamlabs, which is what I'm using. If you're going to do it from your laptop or something at home, I don't think you need anything. All of you guys with more subs and stuff can correct me if I'm wrong. But I think it's just the mobile that you need to use an app. Streamlabs and StreamYard both have free versions. And if I can do it, anybody can do it, because I am technologically challenged. Yeah, DMV, everything's flooded here too, all the rivers. Even this lake that I'm on here, it's up. It's up a little more than I thought. It's probably just about maybe 5 feet. Yeah, I don't have to worry about current, that's for sure. I got to kind of create my own by moving around a little bit. I haven't been seeing many fish at all on this graph. Everything I've seen suspended, you know, bait fish type stuff. There's a whole lot more lake to go here. Man, there's all kinds of debris up here. I'm getting out of this crap, because that's just nothing but debris everywhere. The reef robber, if you're talking to me, I'm in Indiana. If you're talking to somebody else, I apologize for butting in. There's my Becca, one of my favorite moderators. That back rod's hung up. See if we can get out of it. There it goes. All right, well then, yeah, I'm from Indiana. I'll be glad to turn around, to be honest with you, and get this sun off this tablet. I just don't know why I haven't seen any life in this lake other than little patches of bait fish. Hey, wow, THG, imagine that. Well, I tell you now, right now would be a good time to have a cast net, because that's a huge cloud of bait fish under me, about 3 or 4 foot deep. But I don't have a cast net with me. Yeah, Brian, how young are you? I'm still waiting on that birthday cake, by the way. Is P City still alive? Anybody know if P City's still alive and whether or not he's caught anything? I was watching him before I left. 63. So you're like an AARP member then, right? caught one 10-pounder. So what was Lincoln like? Oh, that's funny right there. I don't care who you are. All right, we got to adjust these baits' depth again. Depth, she is a changing. Try to keep them just about 2 feet or so off the bottom. Just like that. Then that one behind us, we're just going to let it drag. Thanks for that, DMV. Everybody follow DMV's instructions and hit that thumbs up for us. Had a little bump over there. You'll know if he takes it. Oh, looks like Green Machine's getting ready to go live. He'll be in his kayak, I'm sure. Well, I don't know. He's out there where all those bigger rivers and flooding. I don't know. You guys know if is he going to be in his kayak? If he to take the tablet on the kayak, at least if my phone gets wet, it's waterproof. The tablet not so much. Well, I bought the cheapest tablet I could find, DMV, so hopefully that never happens. But I've got a little compartment right here under my seat, so it makes it real convenient. I can get rid of it real quick. Got to get back to work, reef robber. All right, well, sorry you got to go back to work. We're about to run out of lake here. I got to make a decision whether I want to turn around and go back out that way or go through this narrow little piece and go out into the other part of the lake. What should we do? Should we turn around and go back, or do you want to keep going that way? You guys tell me. You want to keep on Hill Jack? Well, I have to admit, I've not fished that side of the lake nearly as much as I've fished this side. And there's no reason for that other than I just haven't. So maybe we should go try that side. Which means I got to reel these in so we can get through there because it gets really shallow. For about 20 or 30 feet, then it drops right back off into deep water. So as soon as I start seeing it get shallow, or shallower. I'll reel these in so we can get through there. This one's hung up. So we might as well reel them in now since this one's hung up. Go back to the other side of where this is hung up, it should come undone. Just like that. Now we can go through this narrow little piece. I may have to pull this motor up when we get up here. When this lake's at its normal levels, I definitely would have to pull it up. But it is up a little bit, so I don't know if we can get through here or not. Yeah, I think we're going to have to pull it up. A little more or less line out here. We'll start dragging it. All right, we got that one fishing. That one's fishing.
Don't run! Back here, dummy! Hey! Don't go that way, he'll come.
All right. We're back. Got a fish scale on my I got a fish scale on my tablet. A little bit of water, 1 drop of water. I have a cheap 10-foot sun dolphin from Walmart, but since it started YouTube, it hangs in the garage. Get that thing out, DMV. You got that you got that float tube though, don't you? You've been working on. Yeah, I don't know about the Potomac, DMV. I don't know if I'd put it out there. But if you can find some lakes and stuff around. I had one. I had a little bump on this rod up here. Sometimes they'll just bump it a little bit and leave it alone, and other times when you're in the kayak, man, they just hammer that thing. Sometimes they'll bump and then they hammer it. But hey, Catfish Weekly. Yeah, there's some kids over here. One just bit it. He just put his face right in the dirt. Fish, hunt, trap, repeat. I wouldn't call it tricked out. I really don't have a whole lot on this kayak yet. I mean, I got my fish finder. I got 1 rod holder. This rod over here, I'm just sticking under my seat. And that rod back there, that's just it's a built-in rod holder for the kayak. But there's a lot of other stuff I'd like to get for this kayak. Just takes time and money. Country Boy, is Country Boy live too? Whatever, THG. I have to say, I think this side's a lot muddier than the other side is. Yeah, I'm anxious to see you out there on that float tube, DMV. Yeah. I mean, I couldn't imagine, you know, most of the fish I catch around here, you know, they're channel cats, so you're 10 pounds, 15 when they get big. I mean, it's a big channel cat, 15 pounds. I caught a couple that were 10, around that 10, 15 pounds last summer in my older kayaks, which are a little bit smaller than these. And I mean, I couldn't imagine having something 20, 30, 40 pounds. I don't know how they don't keep from taking you into the next county. No, those kids aren't yelling at me. They're playing with each other. I'm trying to watch my depth and my speed, guys, too, so you have to bear with me a little bit if I'm missing some chat. But since I did not bring my vape out here with me, since I know THG loves it so much, I'm gonna have some candy. All right, Brian, take care, man. Wish we could have caught one for you while you were in here. Wish I could catch one, period. This is super, super muddy back here. It's a lot muddier than it was on the other side. Let's see. Order a claw and a rope to grab trees and such. Be like an anchor. That sounds like it'll work, DMV. I was just telling them all earlier before you came in that I don't have an anchor rigged up on this kayak yet. I had them on the old one, but not on this one. I'm gonna do something, either an anchor trolley or one of those anchor wizards where you just crank it and drop it off the back or the front of the boat. I don't know which one I want to do yet. Hey, Crosses. Thanks for stopping in. Thanks for the good luck. Because we need it. Mr. Murillo. A kayak is a bike? No. I guess it's a little bit like a bike. It's good. It is actually good for my knee because I don't know. You guys don't know my history, but I was in a motorcycle wreck in 2010. Shattered this leg from the knee all the way to the ankle, both bones and the knee. So of course I had some surgeries to recover from that. And I just, not this past Christmas, the Christmas before, I had a total knee replacement on the same leg. So I've got some issues with this leg. And flexibility is one of the problems I still have. And this helps. I mean, I can feel it. And the more I'm out here doing this, the better it is for my knee. So there's that. So DMV says he's got kayak pulling anchor system on both sides of the kayak to pull the anchor to the anchor trolley, I think is what you're talking about. I got them on my other kayak. So you can drop your anchor and you can either have it in the front or you can have it in the back. It's nice. But I kind of like the idea of just having one where I can just drop it off the back. It's got the crank. It's called an anchor wizard. I believe that's what it's called. And you can just, you twist it one way and the anchor drops in. You twist it the other way, pull it back up. I kind of like that idea because a lot of times when, like if I'm in other places with the wind or whatever, I just position the wind to my back, drop that anchor, and then it will keep me, the wind will keep me in the right position so I can stay anchored that way. Same thing if I was in some current or something. But if I needed to anchor off the front, I wouldn't have that option with that Wizard. So that's why I'm more than likely I'll go with a trolley. It's probably what'll happen. When I bought my kayak, I built it that day, 32 holes first day. Fishing with Big Mike. I think he's been in here the whole time. Texas Tiger, hello. Yeah, I thought we were moving backwards. I'm not seeing much more life on this side, people. I don't know where all these fish are. Maybe they're up. There is a little bit shallower spot over there. Loading tandems today. I didn't get to watch everything last night, Big Mike. Did you guys end up doing any good? Well, I guess you're listening, so you probably don't want to be typing a lot. Sorry about that. Just skipjacks. Well, I had to buy some frozen skipjack. Didn't have any shad. Everything's flooded. All the rivers and creeks and stuff are flooded. Man, it stinks over here. It smells bad over here, guys. Two to 6 feet of water. Well, that's the thing with this lake that I'm on. Everything's, like I said, I'm pretty sure this used to be a gravel pit, and everything just drops straight off. I mean, there's one little bitty cove over here where I think it might get into about 6 feet. Let's head over there and see. But everything else out here is just between 15 and 20 foot deep everywhere you go. Yeah, they're expensive. I'm going to point us over there towards that little cove. Start working that way. But I don't have them here to catch. So if I want skipjack, I got to buy it. And I was telling everybody earlier that although we don't have skipjack here, I come out here all the time, all the lakes and stuff around. I always have skipjack and shad when I can. And I catch just as many fish on the skipjack as I do the shad. So, I mean, even though they're not native here, the fish still like it. And I definitely do better with skipjack and shad than I do with bluegill and crappie. Oh, I'm sure they're shipping them in from down around the Ohio River. That would be my guess. Because if you buy them here, they're definitely frozen. They're getting them from somewhere. My guess is the Ohio River. Justin's. winds are kind of working with me right now, pushing me where I want to go. I hope it continues. Wow. Whole live bluegill for flathead, yeah. It really stinks over here, guys. I don't know why this side of the lake smells so much worse than the other side. There's just like everywhere I've gone, other than some schools of bait fish, I just haven't been seeing much life at all, especially anything down near bottom. Nothing yet, Art. Trying to make our way over here to the tiniest little cove ever, but it's a little bit shallower water. We're going to go over there and see if there's anything in it. How hard is it to get in and out of this kayak? It's pretty easy. You can actually just step into this kayak. And like I said, I've got a bad leg, so it makes it a little harder for me. Especially when I'm trying to sit or stand. It makes it a little more difficult because of my leg. But getting in, I actually just kind of stepped right in it and turned around and sat down. I mean, you're going to get wet because you got to get in the water, but it's pretty easy to get in and out of. Michael, no you wouldn't. You can actually like stand right next to it and sit down sideways, then swing your feet in. That's the easiest way to do it. But I can show you guys even with my bad knee and being fat, out of shape. Let me scoot up here a little bit. I mean, they're stable. Stable enough to stand in. Adjust my chair a little bit more. Oh, I'm fat. Just swollen. But yeah, these kayaks, guys, they're really stable, really stable. I was showing people earlier, you know, if I would fall out of this seat before the kayak would flip. I mean, I'm afraid to lean anymore because I'm going to fall out of the seat. Chuck, this is an Old Town. It's an Old Town Sportsman 120 PDL. The 120 means it's 12 feet long. PDL means pedal drive. These poles are starting to drag, so let's adjust the depth on them. Got to slow our speed down. I keep forgetting I put you guys down there. Justin, I've got 2 suspended and 1 dragging. Right now the wind's pushed us too fast. I got a back pedal just to slow us down. Oh, we're starting to go shallow now. I can see it coming up. We're going to be adjusting again here real soon. Yep, getting shallow. Let's just reel these in for a minute. Let's get up in this cove a little bit. See if there's any life up here. About 11 feet right now. We were at 20 feet back there. Coming up on 10 feet. wind is giving us fits. About 6 feet in here. All right, truck, go get you something to eat. Too many gators for a kayak. I see people down there doing it. Yeah, there's some crazy people out there for sure. Well, we're in about 8 feet of water here, and there's not much farther to go. I haven't seen much life in this either. I don't know where all these fish are, guys. Other than bait fish, that's about all I've seen so far. I know there's catfish in here. I catch them in here all the time. There really aren't any channels or anything in this lake to follow around. I mean, like I said, I'm pretty sure this used to be a gravel pit. Because it's just, other than this little cove, and I think there's one on the other side, it's just a big flat for the most part. But, let's see, it's only 4 o'clock. We got a long time to fish. There's more people up around the bank. A whole lot of people up around the bank. I hope you get your fill of links, reef robber. Looks like we got about 19 people in there for you to check out. We come out of this cove. I'm going to go back through there, back over to the other side, because it stinks over here. Well, this is the end of the road for this cove. We're fixing to get hung up if I don't do something. Where the hell's the hole? All right, people. We're going for a ride. I'm going back to the other side because it stinks. It stinks bad over here. Nope. Well, actually, yeah, I think I got about 5 more in my pocket. Hey, Julie. Yeah, the fishing stinks and this side of the lake stinks for some reason. So I'm going back to the other side. Get back to the other side. I'm just going to let that wind do what it wants with us. Drift around. See if we can't find those fish out there. And break on through to the other side. We'll be over there in a few minutes. Get away from these kids too. I'm going to have to put you guys down here in just a few so I can paddle through this narrow spot again. Call you Jules? Okay, I can do that. Yeah, I mean, what I'm doing right now, Becca, I mean, you could pedal like this all day. We're doing about 2.5 miles an hour. That's one of the reasons Telly and I wanted these kayaks. We plan on doing some kayak camping. We're going to need to be able to go 4 or 5 miles in the kayak, and I was like, well, I'd rather pedal it than paddle it, so that's how we ended up with these. All right, time to get the paddles out. See that? It went from 20 feet to 2 feet, just in like 2 paddles. Whole bunch of bait fish right here. All right, guys. Thanks, Jules. Puddle walkers. That sun is actually hot. Yeah, I'm glad to be out. Get rid of all that ice. But we're still not finding any fish. No, man, I can't read this chat at all. No luck yet. Robert Andrews, is that? Do I know you from work? I don't think so. I can't see the picture at all, so it's hard to tell. Morgan County, okay. Sorry about that. Well, those of you that are just joining, we got 2 rods suspended, 1 dragging. All I'm doing is trying to keep us below 0.5 miles an hour. And then we'll have to keep adjusting these 2 rods as the depth changes. We had a couple little bumps back in this area earlier, but we haven't had anything hook up at all. We got skipjack on all 3 rods. Jules still has 2 feet of snow in the yard. All of our snow's gone, thank goodness. I'm hoping to get a fish in the boat for you guys. See, it's 4:30, so we've still got a good 2 hours before we have to start thinking about heading back to the boat ramp. Because I don't have any lights on this kayak, so we got to be out of here before it gets dark. But I appreciate each and every one of you sticking around to watch me not catch fish. Normally, this is the first year I've ever catfished in the wintertime, or fished at all in the wintertime. Normally, I don't even think about getting out and going fishing until April or May. That's just the way that's the way I grew up, you know. You fish during the really nice parts of the year. And during the winter, we hunted. But now I want to fish all the time. So this is a big learning curve for me. Driveway is an ice rink, missing the California sunshine. I bet you are. I don't mind the winter during hunting season. As soon as hunting season, deer season, is over, I don't want winter anymore. I ate lunch right before I came out here, and I thought, well, that ought to be good. I didn't bring any food. All I brought were my suckers. I'm actually kind of a little bit hungry. If we could keep the wind exactly like it is right now, it's almost perfect. I can control the kayak. We're moving it about 0.3 miles an hour, just how I like. And as soon as I say that, the boat's spinning around on us. Yeah, I bet it is bad up there in New Hampshire. No, thank you. I'll take the Indiana weather. I'm sorry, people, but I've got to put these on. And I don't know how well I'm going to be able to see chat now, but that sun's killing me. -8 yesterday morning. Woo! Yeah, I'm glad we're over all that. It actually got up into the 60s here today. Now we were pretty cold here a week ago. We were in the single digits. I think we had a couple days below below zero, I mean. With the wind chill, we had a few below zero, I know that. Here comes the wind. It's going to end up pushing us much faster than we want to go. I've only seen one other boat out here today. I was kind of surprised about that. Rub it in. I didn't mean to rub it in, I'm just saying. No, thank you. You can have all that weather up there. Yep, we just had a bump on that rod right there. Just a little bit of a tug. I take that back. It may be rubbing bottom because it got a little bit shallow on us right here. Yeah, I got about 3 or 4 feet shallower just behind us. Now it's back down to where it was. So I think that wasn't a bite. That was just rubbing bottom a little bit. Got me excited though. I thought it was a bite. I know to you guys it probably looks like I'm just sitting here, but we are actually moving. We're not moving very fast, but we're moving. No, no fish on. Oh, the sun. Yeah, I said the sun was killing me. It's killing my eyes. How's that? I'm hoping that battery pack I got up there on that phone will keep the phone charged the whole time we're out here. I guess if it just stops all of a sudden and I didn't say I was stopping it, then you know we lost power up there. Oh, another thing I was going to tell you guys too is when I'm doing these live streams, if I end up not catching any fish on them, then I'm going to set them to private. There's no reason for people to go back, and I know a lot of people want to just support the channels and things like that, but I don't want them to waste their time watching 3 or 4 hour long live stream that didn't catch any fish in. So I've decided that when I do these, if we don't catch anything, I'm just going to set them to private. That way nobody has to waste their time trying to see if we caught anything if they missed the stream. Because I mean, and I know, because I do it. I'll go and watch people's live streams if I missed them, because I want to support their channel and I want to see how they did. It's not that I'm disappointed or anything if they don't catch anything. That's not it at all. But at the same time, I just don't see the sense in leaving it public if I didn't catch anything. You know, I'm half afraid too that somebody new that might be the video they decide to click on, and they sit there and watch it and they don't see any fish being caught, and they may keep them from subbing to the channel or something. So I'm just, after these live streams are over, if there's no fish in them, I'm gonna set them to private. I would delete them altogether, but I don't know what that does for the views and the watch time and stuff like that. I don't know if you end up losing all that if you delete the videos. I don't know, and I just don't know. So I'm setting them to private, unless somebody can give me a better idea. Now the wind's changing directions. Now that was definitely a bump, because I felt it on my butt. Venture Outdoors says leave it public no matter what. Jewel says nature of the beast, right? No guarantees with fishing. If you had a good day trying, that's all that really matters. Well, I mean, that's true. I'm just trying not to waste people's time. You know what I mean? Because I had a guy comment the other day. I had a guy comment the other day that he was really busy. He's got a very busy life. He's super important. He's got 2 huge YouTube channels, and he ain't got time to be bothered with whether or not I caught fish. So he just wanted me to tell him whether I caught the fish or not. So of course, you know, I'm a nice guy, so I did. I told him, and then that got me thinking, well, you know what, maybe I ought to set those to private. That way we're not wasting people's time. No, THG, that wasn't you that I was talking about. Close, but not you. This particular individual has 2 very successful. I mean, this guy is the tippy top. You ever seen that movie, Zombieland, where they go to the tippy top? That's where this guy is. Poor gal. You know, I thought about that too, Mud Tramp. Just maybe put it in the description or change the title that just says no fish caught. Watch at your own risk. Something like that. Not wasting time. It's up to me. All right, you guys. Well, I got a whole bunch of them. I already switched to public or private. I guess I'll switch them back to public, and I'll just put it in the description or in the title or something that, you know, skunked again, no fish caught, stuff like that. And just leave them public. I reckon that's what I'll do. I thought maybe that individual I was telling that story on would have commented by now, but apparently not. I've done that too, Jules. I've let them play. Clicked on somebody's stream that I missed and just let it play just to give them the time and the views. A lot of times when I'm at work, I'll just let it play in the background and listen. All right, we're back out here pretty much on the main body part again. And I know you guys can't see, but I'm just going to go right through the middle of it. And like I said, it's just a big flat out here. There's a little bit, every once in a while you'll come across some holes, but 18 to 20 foot, that's pretty much this entire lake is like that. I don't know, maybe we'll come across some of those holes where it gets to 25, 30. Maybe we'll see some fish laying in those. There's a few of them out here. Well, Dan, we're still out here. Yeah, he was too busy being successful. That's right, THG. He's got 2 big successful channels to take care of. But Dan, we're still out here. We haven't caught anything. But, you know, I like early mornings and late and evenings. You know, just 2 hours. 2 hours after sunrise, 2 hours just before sunset. Those are probably some of my favorite times, other than night fishing. I do enjoy night fishing. But we're just starting to get into those hours where I feel like the fishing's going to turn on. Or we're hoping it does anyway. But we got into a little bit deeper water here, so probably need to adjust. .5 feet right here, and that should stay pretty consistent. That's a gust of wind right there. Hell, that's got us going almost a mile an hour. Put the brakes on. Can't read the chat with those on very well. And then I just looked right into the sun. Now I can't see anything. It's not like a movie. He paid for watching the whole thing and hated the ending. That's true. That story I was telling about that other individual, that was I'm joking around. Don't want anybody to think that that was too serious at all. It was just a way for me to kind of get at him and see if he could get a response out of him, but it didn't work. Yeah, I saw that earlier, Dan, where you're going to have him next week. That's good. I hope everything works out all right for her grandmother. That sun is in a really, it's coming right off the water right here. It's blinded me. I guess I shouldn't be complaining because it's 60 degrees. Okay, let's see. I've heard that early season catfish will go towards shoreline that the wind blows towards because of the shad. Yeah, I mean, I like that rule year round. Anytime the wind's blowing into a cove or something like that, push those bait fish up there, which the wind is blowing us straight towards the other end of this lake right now. So we will be there in a matter of 30 or 40 minutes, I think. Take us to get across this lake. Maybe not that long. Hell, we're doing a mile an hour again. Got to keep putting the brakes on because we don't want to go that fast. We do not want to go that fast at all. I want to move, but I don't want to move too fast. Remotely turn my camera around. We'll talk about that, THG. The only reason I'd really need to turn it around was to see battery life. There's no way I can see that from here. Not with my old eyes. I think the ultimate setup would be, I don't know, I mean, I kind of like this. This makes the chat easy. I was thinking maybe the GoPro up there and my phone or something here, but I don't know. Yeah, Jules, 60 degrees. It got to, actually, I think it got up to like 64 today, which was surprising. Oh, Jules, no, they're delicious. I love, that's my favorite fish to eat. Yeah, THD, we'll talk about it. This mount that I bought, THG, it's working out. It's not quite as good as I thought it was going to be, but I mean, it's working. It's pretty stable. It's pretty sturdy. I was looking around. My kayak is not suited very well for that suction cup you showed me. There's just, unless they make smaller versions of it, maybe I can use it, but like one the size you had, it's just too big. I don't have a big flat area up there to mount it to. $69 there, Dan. 38, Jules. Yeah, whatever, THG. Hey, Haz. Yeah, Haz, that's a good idea. I thought about that too. If I do catch fish, just put in the times when they were caught, and if I don't catch anything, just say, hey, I didn't catch nothing. Because I'm going to be doing a lot more of these lives. Matter of fact, I think I've already decided when I'm fishing, I'm probably going to be live. Now, when I get down around some of these other lakes, stuff like that, if I don't have a signal, then I'll just have to make a video. But I really enjoy doing the live streams. I like watching the live streams. So that's what I'm going to do. And then for camping, hiking, backpacking, that stuff is, I'll do those in videos and maybe a few live streams from the campground if signal will allow it. Because I know we had a lot of people that really enjoyed that live stream we did with Telly making that campfire pizza. And Telly likes to cook and I like to eat. So we can definitely do some more of those. Man, we need to adjust baits again. It got a little deeper than I expected. Still waiting on the gravy. Well, you'll be waiting a long time if you're thinking I'm going to make something. Not going to happen. Haz, did you get those lights put on your boat? I knew you said you were going to be working on those today. Appreciate that. I got some more I want to do to it. I need to get some lights on it. I'd like to have a the light back here behind me shining down so we can do some night fishing. And then, of course, I'll have to have the solid white light to keep on at night. Like, I think they call that the anchor light or something like that. But yeah, I got to have some lights on here so we can do some nighttime fishing. My fish finder, I'm probably going to redo it. This kayak actually has a spot to mount that transducer underneath it, but I didn't want to do it. We got these late fall last year. I didn't feel like drilling holes. I mean, they were brand new at the time, and I didn't want to drill any holes at the time, so I just mounted them with the Scotty holder, stuff like that over the side. But I don't like all these wires bunched up, so I'm definitely going to run them, store all the wires up inside that front hatch like I did on my old ones. It makes it a lot cleaner looking. Gives me a little bit more room too. All right, Haz, I can't wait to see that thing out there at night. Hopefully your flooding doesn't last too long. I wish that wind would make up its mind. I actually see fish on the graph. They're small, but they're fish. And they're down there near the bottom. A lot of times in this, I mean, we're moving so slow, everything kind of shows up as a straight line. I can actually see my bait on there and it just shows up as a straight line, but every once in a while you'll see something, just a little small mark. It's got that arch to it, something that swam through. Kelly's back. The gas tank's massive, yeah. Boats are expensive, man. I hadn't caught anything, Kelly. Yeah, boats are expensive, man. I had a bass boat back in the day, and you know, I had to have it. And I liked it. I enjoyed it. But you know, every time you want to go fishing, it's like, man, that's going to cost me at least $100. And there was a few times where that kept me from going fishing because I knew it was going to be expensive. But I think the trick is, you know, you get it filled up, just top it off every time after you're done. Keep that thing full. Maybe it won't be as bad. I was lost on the whole call thing there, Dan, but I see it. I see what you did there. Oh yeah, I learned that the other day. Apparently there is a fish call. I didn't know that. I don't know how much faith I'd put in that. This wind is just bound and determined to keep me staring into that sun. Got her filled up. Just topped her off. There's always work to do on them, There's always something you want to do or need to do, even on the kayaks. I will say though, I mean, there's only so much you can do to a kayak, so, you know, once you kind of get it set up the way you want it, you're done. I mean, I want a couple more rod holders. I'd like to put some rod holders back here. I'd like to put another one up here once I get my transducer and stuff moved. But there's not a lot I want to do. I get my anchor trolley or whichever I decide to do. It's not a whole lot. But it all costs money. It all takes time. And I'd much rather be fishing than working on the kayak. I'm hoping that wind will lay down as it keeps getting closer and closer into evening. Here, fishy, fishy. I may end up having to put that anchor trolley on here sooner rather than later. Especially when we start getting down to Monroe and stuff, and that wind starts picking up. There's a lot of coves down there. I can anchor in the mouth of those coves and stuff and catch those fish coming in and out. But these kayaks are still new, and I still not excited about drilling holes in it. Fishing chick. Just got home and signed into YouTube. What did you miss? You missed nothing. Now, I'm not bumping. I got one dragging, and I've got two suspended. I was real excited about doing the whole dragon thing. I thought that was really going to work out. But so far, it hasn't. It's 5 o'clock already. So we got another hour, maybe hour and a half before I got to hit that boat ramp. I may have to, well, I got to see what the boss lady has for me at home for tomorrow, but we don't have too much going on. I may come back out again tomorrow. May try to go down to Monroe Reservoir. I just don't know how good of a signal I'll get down there. Because I made a lot of videos down there last year. But, you know, back then never even occurred to me to do a live stream. I wish it would have, because it would have been a good time to do live streams back in the fall of last year when the fish were actually biting. But I don't remember what kind of signal I get down there in that area that I like to fish. But I guess there's only one way to find out. If I get down there and I don't have a signal, worst case scenario, I just have to make a video, take the GoPro with me, make a video out of it. But I'd much rather be live, because I'm lazy. Mike Turner. been sleeping, Mike? No fish, Art. Got a couple little bumps, and that's about it. Had one of them hit this pole over here a little bit ago, and I could feel it on my butt because I just got it wedged under my seat. But nothing's hooked up. I don't know if you guys can see that rod bouncing or not. I think it's not quite in the shot enough for you guys to see it. I mean, it's just dragging bottom, but it's a little bit deceiving. Kind of looks like it's getting hit, but I guess at a half a mile an hour, it makes it look like a fish is hitting it. Yeah, that's what I thought. Mike Turner's just waking up. Let's adjust these depths again. Yeah, it wasn't too far off. Those baits are right there where they need to be, depth-wise. Nothing yet, reef robber. Somebody up there at the other end of the lake looks like they may get ready to set up for some bank fishing. Lee Evans, no fish. Paddle over in front of them. Well, first of all, I won't be paddling. I'll be pedaling. Paddling's too much work. Oh yeah, Jules, we do some night fishing here too. What the hell is this? Well, apparently I shoved a paper towel in there last fall. I was joking about that, Art. But I won't be paddling. I'll be pedaling. There's another lake just on, you get to the end of this lake and there's just enough land up there for like a 2-lane gravel drive, and then there's another lake. The last time I was on that lake, it was super shallow. But I was just sitting here looking, and up here it looks like, and I think it's only because this is flooded, you know, the level's up 4, 5, 6 feet more than normal. It almost looks like I could get to that other lake from here. And that's really tempting. It's really, really tempting. Because we've only had the kayaks over there on that other lake once. And if I remember right, it was before we had the fish finders on them. But everything we were doing over there, everything seemed like it was only, 6 feet deep at the most. And I could be completely wrong. But if these are connected, and that's only 6 feet deep over there, it just might be where the fish are. I don't know. Because I have yet to see a whole lot of fish on this graph at all. Bait fish clouds, that's about it. Couple little hits every once in a while down towards the bottom. Making a homemade anchor. I guess if you got the welder and the know how to do it, that's the way to do it. I don't have a welder. So Art, you might get your wish. I may end up going up there right in front of where those people are, just to see if I can get into that other lake. Mike, it's not going well. I mean, we're out here, we're having a good time, but we're not catching anything. I'm very tempted to reel these in and just head over there to see if I can cross over. I mean, we can't do any worse, right? I just realized you guys, I guess you can see this rod a little bit, can't you? That's a fish. There was a fish hitting on this one. Nothing on there now, though. Back to what we were doing. Oh, let's see. That's right, Mike. Day on the water is always better. Oh, don't do that. It's surprising how flat this whole lake is. I mean, every once in a while you get, 2, maybe 3 foot little difference in depth, but it's just so consistently flat. But the last time I was out here, which was last fall, this is where the fish were. It was cold then too. But I kept trying to fish all the transitions around the bank, things like that. Wasn't doing any good, and ended up drifting out here and crossing this flat, and this is where all the fish were for some reason. Well, hopefully, anybody else that's out there live streaming there, hopefully they're catching some fish. You guys can switch over there and at least see some fish get caught. I appreciate every one of you that stuck with me or came in and out. You know, I normally use a heavier sinker too when I'm doing this. I usually keep like a 3-ounce egg sinker for when I'm drifting. Make sure that line stays down in there and I don't get that pendulum effect. And I've got a lighter sinker on there today. I don't think that's making any difference, but I just notice this line's swung out a little bit. It makes it look like I'm dragging bottom when actually it's just because my kayak's drifting sideways from the wind. It makes it look like I'm dragging, but I'm not. I need to, before I go back out tomorrow or the next time, I need to switch back over to those heavier egg sinkers. Keep that from happening. Keep that bait down there where we want it. Hey, no problem, DMV. You do what you got to do, man. We haven't caught anything yet, so you haven't missed anything. Some good conversation, that's about it. My, what do you call it, indecisiveness? Unable to make decisions, because, man, I really want to go up there and see if that goes through to that other lake. But if I was going to do that, I would need to pull these up and just go do it. And anytime those baits aren't in the water, we're definitely not going to catch fish. This wind is trying to turn me in a circle. I think this skipjack's probably been on there for a good 45 minutes. You probably ought to change it now. It's probably not a bad idea, Mr. Adventure Outdoors. Probably not a bad idea at all. I think it's been longer than 45 minutes since that's been on there, actually, now that I think about it. But we got plenty of bait. There's no reason to not freshen it up. we are going to put some chicken on this one. Keep skipjack on the other two. Just because we can. Yep, you can tell that fish was hitting on this one a little bit. It's a little chewed up. That's probably why we didn't hook up. It was hooked back on itself. I'm gonna drag that big old juicy head back there this time. That's my favorite part to use, is the head. Yep, that water is cold. No doubt about it. All right, we got new bait. Fresh bait. DMV got his cart fixed. Baits are showing up. Now we just need the fish to show up. He's over here throwing a cast net. Need to go over there and get some bait. I'll watch him a little bit. If he doesn't get his cast net all hung up, I'll know that'd be a good place to go with mine. If he catches any bait over there. Phew. Yeah, here, kitty, kitty. You have a Hobby Lobby there. Stick on phone. Cart should last a long time. I felt it. One of these poles got hit. I felt it. We just need them to get a little more aggressive. Get that hook. Of course, here come the 20-mile-an-hour winds again. One of these days we're going to catch a fish on a live stream. I promise. It may not be in February or March, but we're going to do it. Holy cow. That wind has got us scooped. Yeah. They know we're live. Amish cowboy. There's my daughter, Megan Lee. Everybody say hi to Megan. Hi, Megan. It's like Country Boy's moving spots again. No luck, Mo Creek. I've had a few bumps, but nothing's hooked up. Wind is driving me nuts right now. Blowing me everywhere I don't want to be. We've moved out back out on this flat. We went up into a shallow little cove. I'm not marking fish anywhere. So we came back out on this flat. I mean, the whole lake's basically flat, but pretty consistent, 19 to 25 foot deep. No big, huge changes. It's all pretty gradual. But, last fall, last time I was out here and it got cold, all the fish were out here on the flat. And that's, matter of fact, every time I've ever came out here in the kayak, I've always caught them out here on the flat. Never catch them up near the banks or anything like that. I mean, well, I shouldn't say that. I did catch one channel cat. I was anchored up in there on the old kayak, and I caught one up in the shallow underneath a tree. But I don't have an anchor with me today to do that with, so we're just kind of drifting around, hoping to find some. That is correct, Amish cowboy. Take a bad day of fishing anytime over a day at work. It's a little bit closer to the bottom than I would like. I love it that you can see that on the graph. I can tell exactly how deep my bait is. This one, not so much. But this one up here, I can definitely see on my graph. Megan's got a game to go to. Megan's got. Are you cheering or are you just going to the game, Megan? I'm assuming you're cheering. This is the Hook 2 5-inch. On Telly's, she's got the Reveal, because I'm thinking the Reveal took the place of the Hook 2. Because when we went by Telly's, we couldn't find the Hook 2 anymore. We could only find the Reveal. I believe I'm correct on that. But she's got, it's basically the same thing. Only they call it the Reveal now instead of the Hook 2. Or, yeah. I got the Hook 2. This is the 5 HDI. I mean, they're good. They do. Every once in a while, I have a problem where it doesn't want to start up. And I don't know why it does that periodically. But sometimes I'll get out on the lake, try to turn it on, and it doesn't want to start up. I end up having to unplug from my transducer and the battery, and then plug everything back in to get it to start up. I don't know why it does that, but sometimes it does. Megan's cheering. Well, cheer me on a fish, Megan. Do that cheer I taught you. Rah, rah, sis, boom, bah. Nobody else probably knows that one. Nobody's old enough to know that one. Well, I contemplated this morning, because it was cold this morning. It was only like 28. And I thought, you know, I got a Yakima Outpost HD rack that I put on the truck today, getting prepared for when the rooftop tent gets here. And I thought, you know, I'll stay home and put that rack on the truck and then fish in the afternoon into the evening, because I knew it was going to be a lot warmer. But I actually like catfishing early in the morning, just at daybreak up until around 11 or 12. That's my favorite time to fish. I'm kind of wishing that I would have came out this morning instead of this evening. But it is what it is. I mean, they're either going to bite or they're not, right? But I just can't believe... I still have yet, I think when we were back there earlier, I saw maybe 3 spots that were down near the bottom that I would say those were fish. And that's it. That is all I've seen in all the water we've covered, other than a few clouds of bait fish here and there. That's it. That's been it. It's just, I don't understand it. You would have thought that we would at least see fish in all this area that we've covered. Well, Becca was in here. Did she leave? That guy that was up there on the bank, I thought he was going to bank fish. He ended up throwing a cast net a few times. He's leaving now. I don't think he ever caught anything in that cast net. But I'm going to head up towards this corner and at least check it out. Yeah, you're right, Mike Turner. She's probably in 3 or 4 other streams right now. I don't know when she ever sleeps. Hey, Michael. It's definitely warmed up a little since you last saw us. You missed quite an experience last weekend, camping with THG and Carlson and Hoot, Brian 58. You missed Trail Medic. You missed quite an experience. Watch for THG and Hoot, and I think Brian 58 may have already have a video out. But yeah, we had some flooding. We had to drive through it in our vehicles. It was very interesting. And we were probably stupid for doing it. But we did. And we all made it. Yep, she heard us, didn't she? Oh, she was still here. You missed a lot of bad weather. I mean, we had a good time. Don't get me wrong, Michael. We had a good time, but the weather was. I mean, Saturday was good. Friday night sucked. It was cold and wet, raining, and Saturday night it poured down rain all night long. Flooded us out. Flooded me and my wife out. Our tent was surrounded by water. And then all the we had to cross 3 creeks getting in and out of there, and they were all flooded by the time we got out. And it was coming over the hood of my truck. I mean, it was rolling over, but Brian's got that Toyota Tacoma, and he said it was definitely over his hood. And it was flowing really fast. We shouldn't have crossed it, but we did. I may have to go out tomorrow and at least try to maybe catch up some bluegill and some crappie, maybe even find some. If I can find a place to throw that cast net that's not I mean, I know a few places down around the creek and the river over there by my house that I could probably do it, but they're up and flooded right now. We're gonna have to adjust our baits. Coming up on this little corner, starting to shallow up a little bit. might be about time for another sucker. We were at Rattlesnake Campground at Owen Putnam State Forest. To get back to that campground, you got to go down a 3-mile long dead-end road, cross the creek 3 times. Now, when we got back there by the campground, I did notice that there was a road that came off of that road, which I didn't understand because it said it was a dead end. So I thought, well, it may just go back around to the back side of the campground or something, and maybe just a service road or something. But no, apparently if you take that road, eventually you can find your way out. So we could have taken that road and got out of there without crossing those creeks, but none of us even thought about it because we knew it was a dead end. I mean, as soon as you turn on that road, it tells you it's a dead end, there's no outlet. But apparently there was, because Trail Medic and his buddy that came with him found it. So, because they were in, Trail Medic drives a minivan that he converted into a camper. So there was no way he was going to cross that creek. But, and his buddy was pulling an enclosed trailer that he converted. There was no way he was going to cross that creek. So they thought they were going to have to stay another day, but they found that way out, found another way out. So that's how they ended up getting out of there. So every time I start getting up around the bank, and maybe somebody that's watching that has a little more knowledge about these sonars than I do, you know how you get a thermocline in the summer on lakes? You get that line down there around the bottom. Well, every time I start getting up closer to the bank on these lakes, I've been noticing it's almost like a reverse thermocline. I get a lot of junk at the top. The bottom and stuff's clear, but it's almost like there's a thermocline at the top of my screen. It's almost like it's flipped. I don't know why. Now, it only does it when I get up closer to the banks. I mean, I'm still in 16 feet of water right now versus the 20 feet of water I was out there. But I just don't know why it does that. And I don't see anything on my transducer. Oh, it came up, well, I mean, it rained all night Saturday night, so I don't think anybody, the last person that came in on Saturday, I think was Hoot, and that was like around 1 or 2 o'clock. I mean, he didn't have any problem coming in. So somewhere, I would say I think it started raining around midnight or so on Saturday night, and by 6 o'clock in the morning is when I went through it, and it was raging. And I think it was supposed to keep raining there till 11. So if we hadn't got out when we did, we probably wouldn't have got out unless we discovered that other road would take us out. But yeah, I think we got extremely lucky. But we got lucky getting through it the way it was. We should have never tried it. Mud Tramp's telling poems again. Got her rhymes going. That's the Becca fish call. So I hope it works. Dale, I am in Edinburgh, Indiana, on Driftwood Lake or Plover Pit. Take your pick, because people call it both. It's a trolling motor only lake. I would say it covers, I don't know, a couple hundred acres maybe. It's not, I mean, it's big for around here, but it's nothing huge. We're about to run out of lake in this direction. Only got about 40 more yards before I hit land. But I definitely wanted to use every bit of this corner up here because it looks really good. If I was a fish, I'd be over here. Are you guys here? Anyone? Anyone? Hello? There you are. Battery died. Had to change. I actually climbed up to the front of the kayak and changed it, but I had to come over here to the bank and restart the stream. So I'm gonna put you guys back on the kayak, and I gotta go pee. I'll be right back. Don't listen. All right, one more thing I got to do before I get in, whoops, is I got to turn on my hotspot so I can see the tablet. Peed on geese. No, I didn't. All right, see if we can get back in this contraption. without breaking my neck. Just like that. We better start heading back up towards that boat ramp too. We don't have a whole lot of daylight left. I hope you guys can see me because that looks awfully crooked. I gotta catch this thing up now. Close, 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 restart. All right, it looks fine. Live chat. And we're back out here. We've only got about maybe another half hour, 45 minutes of light left. So I'm going to get back out here and get these baits in, and we're just going to head back to the dock. Once I get back up there, we're going to call it quits. I'm sorry, that camera angle's bad, but I mean, we're in a kayak, so you're not going to be able to see a whole lot anyway. All right, let's get this one in the water first. Drag it out there a little bit. Letting a lot of line out. Now we get this one down. Put the brakes on before we do. So that'll drop straight down. That one. All right, we're at it again. Grab my chat, see what you guys have to say. Lots of mics, yeah. There's always a lot of mics. All right. We're going to try to just stay straight back towards the boat ramp. Whoops. I was done with that piece of gum, but I didn't mean to do that. I'm getting another sucker, people. I didn't bring any nicotine out here with me. Which one is this one? Cherry? No. No. I know I brought a green apple with me. Green apple. Blow pop. Kind of going the wrong direction. They glued that one on there. We're going to have a mess if we don't move. Spur apple is the best. Sour apple, okay, yeah. Yep, I like me some sour apple too. I don't know how we managed that. Must have kicked it. I got a feeling we're about to get hung up. Looks like there's some brush down there. There's fish on it. If we get through it, it'll be a miracle. So far, so good. I do believe we made it through that brush. I can't believe it. You guys still hear me okay, I hope? Is this thing on? Anybody hear me? It's on, okay. You were ignoring me. All right, everybody can hear me. Good. I don't have a lot to say, but when I do, I want you to hear it. I don't know why I don't eat these more often, because these are really good. And it's keeping me from vaping, so that's another bonus, I guess. Trade one bad habit for another one. No, sir, Mr. Hilljack. We had the battery die, and had a few bites. That's about it. Lots of conversation, though. I was really hopeful for this time we're in right now, though. Just getting into dark. Thought maybe we'd get some start biting. But it hasn't happened yet. Well, I hope you're right. The wind just keeps wanting to push me up against this bank, and I need to go over there. Before it gets dark. I definitely can see where those heavier egg sinkers, I need to put them back on. I thought I was going to be able to get away with these light ones. But I need to have those heavier. I need to keep that bait down there. Because as soon as I start to even get close to 1/2 mile an hour, I can see that pendulum effect. The ones that are on there now, I think they're just right around 1 ounce. I got some bigger eggs. I got 3 ounce egg sinkers that I used all year last year, and they worked great. That's really all I need for here, for these lakes, is about a 3 ounce to keep that bait down there. Because I'm never going more than 1/2 mile an hour, but with this lighter 1 ounce sinker, even at 0.4, 0.3, 0.4, I can start to see my line giving that pendulum effect, and I know it's not keeping my bait down there where it needs to be. So I need to put those 3 ounce back on there. Now this drifting stick, which it's totally different, I get it, but that's a 2 3/4 ounce drifting stick, I believe. And I think that's all I'll ever need for these lakes and stuff that I fish. We've kept it on all this whole trip. We haven't lost it yet, so I went ahead and bought a couple of them. I wanted to see if I was even going to like dragging a bait. If I do like it, I'm gonna make some instead of buying them. They're not that hard to make. There's plenty of videos out there on how to do it. There's no life in this lake. I'm still, other than the little clouds of bait fish here and there, that is it. I don't get it. if I go out tomorrow, I ain't coming back here. Not a big fan of this lake to begin with. Never have been. It's just close to home. It's easy. Chunky Cats. Is Chunky going live? I don't want to miss Chunky's live. Not all, not all of it anyway. Well, I guess I'll be watching Chunky when I get home. We've only got not very much longer before it's dark. Maybe another 20 or 30 minutes. I gotta have this thing completely loaded, so I'm not doing it in the dark. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I should probably let you guys go watch Chunky, and I'll head back up here to the boat ramp. I'm still another 300 or 400 yards from the boat ramp, but let you guys go and watch Chunky. I can get this stuff reeled in, get loaded before it gets dark. So, why don't we do that? I appreciate each and every one of you that have came in and out or stayed the entire time. If you stayed the entire time, you deserve a medal. But I don't have any. But maybe someday you'll get a medal. If you came in and out, I still appreciate that. I don't know how to express how much it means to have you guys sit here and chat with me and watch me, even when we're not catching anything. It's just unbelievable. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Make sure you hit the thumbs up on your way out. Go watch Chunky. Hopefully he'll catch something and be able to entertain you guys. So I'm not going to be able to end this stream until I actually get to the boat ramp. So you're more than welcome to stay until I get up there and end it. Do whatever you want to do. Sit and continue to chat with each other. But I'm gonna reel these in now. Get back up to that boat ramp so I can get loaded before it gets dark. And if you're all still here, great. If you're not, we'll see you on the next one. We had a lot of line out. I don't know what the hell they're doing over there. Sounds like they're vacuuming their car. There's no electricity here. There's some shenanigans go on in this park after dark too. It's another reason I don't want to be here. I mean, the main reason is I don't want to be loading this shit up in the dark. But I also don't want to be around those shenanigans. So here we go. Breakneck speed. Is there anybody still in here? Justin's going to hang around till the end. That's 13 of you still in here. Wow, that's amazing. I guess you want to watch me work. You want to watch me pedal this thing all the way back at 2.6 miles an hour. Want to see me work out? That's what I figured. Let's watch that fat guy pedal that thing all the way back. You know, it's not bad. I mean, I'm giving a little bit of effort. I mean, I couldn't do this all day at this speed, but I'm also hitting almost 3 miles an hour. But if I was to slow it down, like this right here, man, I could do this all day long. There's zero resistance. It's just super, super easy. And this is about a 2 mile an hour speed right here. 1.8. But I could do this all day. And that's kind of what we wanted. We're going to do some kayak camping. And we're going to be able to travel. So we needed something easy. Much better than that paddling crap. But anyway, let's get back. You guys can't see much of the water around the kayak though, can you? Can't see my rooster tail? All right. I'm going to go ahead and power this off. That's off. Raise that up. Oh, forgot to raise my rudder. Rudder's up. I'll be right with you guys. Pant leg caught on the pole holder. Raise this up right now before I forget. Now we're off. All right, people. Let me get you out of here. Uh-oh. Still there? Anybody still with me? I can't tell on the phone if there's anybody in here or not. Well, if there's anybody still here, let's go ahead and just show you the whole kayak. That's my little mount that I got. That's the little mount that I got to put my phone on. Transducer and fish finder, which you guys probably already saw the back of that. PDL drive with the big hole in the bottom. You see all the scupper holes up there. There's a big tank well. It's big too. I mean, you can see out the net, and there's plenty of room for this cooler. Rudder. Matter of fact, I'm gonna do this right now, because I always forget. Put that bungee on there so it stays. But all I got to do now is go up here and get the truck. I'll take you guys up here with me, and then right before I get in the truck, I'm going to end this. But that way you can see I got a little utility trailer I haul it on. And you can see that rack that I just put on the truck today. I don't know how many of you are still in here, but yeah, Mike, I got a trailer. Just a little 5x8 utility trailer that I just put a couple 2x6s on. Then I put the kayak on. That right there. Yeah, so I could put mine, I put mine on this side. I put my wife's on this side. Strap them down, and it works just fine that way. But it's just a little 5x8 utility trailer that I already had. It had the gate on the back for like driving your mower and stuff up, but I cut it off. But this is the rack that I put on today. A Yakima Outpost HD. We're gonna put our rooftop tent on top of that. But that thing's on there and it's sturdy. It shakes the whole damn truck. It's amazing how this thing goes on. You just clip these those little channel things go up under the bed, and that holds this on. But this right here is a door. You loosen this bolt, this door opens. You can lift this whole thing out of there. This whole top piece comes up out of there. So just you push it down in there and slide it down, close this door and tighten that bolt, and it is locked in. This thing's amazing. And then you can see, like Because that one right there, it's just a bolt. Anybody can come by and undo that. But over here on this side, the same bolt, they got a cover for it that locks. Let me get over there. You can see over here, this one locks. And then that one over there in that corner locks. So this one's locked on. And this one's locked on. And then these crossbars right here, those are separate. You have to buy, well, matter of fact, so when you buy this Yakima, when you buy the Yakima Outpost HD, this is what you get. This, so those are the uprights. And then you get the two on the other side, plus these bases. And that's it. This crossbar up here, this crossbar, separate. This bar right here, separate. So it's it's expensive. But I looked at all the other ones, and I mean, there were some great looking racks out there, but they looked like, you know, they were either very, I don't know what the word is. You could tell they were definitely made for overlanding. Very mechanical looking. I didn't want those on my truck. So I went with this one, even though it was more expensive. Plus, I like the idea that I can put that rooftop tent up here, and even with the rooftop tent still attached, all I got to do is undo these 4 bolts, and this whole thing comes off. So if I don't want it on there, it's not going to be that bad to take it off. But anyway, it's not what I was planning on doing. But if anybody's still here, thank you. I appreciate it so much. But I got to get this kayak loaded and get out of here before all the shenanigans start. All right? So thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate each and every one of you. We'll see you the next time.